I did. Thank you very much.
2-2. Hey, Brian. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey.
dans la vibe. Que tout est que tout est qui se
Check, check, one. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check.
How's it going, Stan?
Splendid.
Are you still listening?
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to be. I don't think they're slamming around so much. I don't think it matters anymore. But check, check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2. I don't think it matters anymore. But I don't want to look like a fucking tool bag up here either when fucking time to go and my shit don't work. She wouldn't let. She asked for fucking mics for the stage, and I was testing them. She fucking chewed me out for trying them out. That's like, what the fuck?
Okay, so I have a question for you.
1, 2. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Yes. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Hey.
Check, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, hello, hello. Check, 1, 2, 3, check, check, hello. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, hello. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, check, hello, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, check, 1, 2. Check, check, hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check. Microphone. Check, 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 check. Microphone. Check, check. check, check, check. Howard. 1, 2, hello, 1, 2.
Check, check, 1. Check, check, 1, 2, hey. Check, check, 1, 2, hey.
then, or do we give it to them after they give their signature? We're going to hand them the poster, and they're going to have to come out here.
That's true. That's true.
Why don't we
And then they. Well, what if they have? They're going out that way. They're going out that way. I would assume they're going out that way. So they can get the picture out.
You said EDA at 7. Right?
Okay, so you did impromptu?
Yeah, we did impromptu.
Yeah.
But how do you hang it on in your hand? Because you need to be with it looking like this one. Oh no, I get that. Like this, or we can get
This looks like we don't care about that.
I know,
So
but
I'm
like,
gonna hold them like so. And then just this place. So now it's like,
Good, glad you found something to do. I'm just pacing around. They come back here and take a look. That's when you give them. That's when you give them. Yes, they come back here and take a look. Then they go back on there. Yes. Yes. Well, they know to come back. I knew you guys would have.
so is it okay to like this when we do it?
That was weird.
Hop squat. One of the little. So we have to at the
And you know, some of these they're blue. I know some of the things they have. You already got them. I would have known this was pretty solid. That's so good for right now. I love that you brought all these things forward. results is a very good start.
May I have your attention, please? At this time, could you please rise for the national anthem sung by Aiden Richardson from University High School in Normal, Illinois.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
May I now introduce to you our IHSA Administrator, Susie Knobloch.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the Illinois High School Association, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2023-24 IHSA Speech State Finals. What a wonderful weekend we had together here in Peoria. Congratulations to all of you. As John mentioned, my name is Susie Knobloch, Assistant Executive Director at the Illinois High School Association and your Administrator for State Speech. As you know, we could not conduct the championships we do without the help of countless people and our member schools. So I want to take a moment before we begin awards to acknowledge so many that have contributed to the success of this weekend. Our host here at the Peoria Civic Center, I want to acknowledge the schools. I know this may sound funny, but the schools that donate the tables for the duets and PIR. We couldn't do it without them, and that's Pekin High School, Washington High School, and Richwoods, who had a standby table in case one broke, and we know that happens. Thank you to those schools. Also, I want to just give a tremendous amount of thanks to all of the room chairs and timers. If you were a room chair or timer this weekend, please stand up and be acknowledged. You kept this tournament running. I know so many of you bring timers and room chairs from your schools, and I appreciate that your schools allow extra students to come to the tournament. It's a fabulous learning experience, and we love seeing students involved. And when you go back to your schools, definitely thank your school administration for the opportunity that they afforded you to be here. We also have a wonderful state final committee that worked the tournament. Everyone from radio prep to extent prep to our tab room, they were just outstanding in terms of keeping us on time and running. As I introduce the state final committee, I'd like for them to please stand and be acknowledged. I'll go through the list and we can applaud at the end. From Harvey Thornton High School, Mr. Brad Albin. From Hoffman Estates High School, Naz Ahmad. From Revis High School, Dennis Berminski. From Freeport High School, Tim Connors. Wheaton Warrenville South, Dave DeMarzo. Andrea Gustafson from Morris. Nicole Hendricks from Bensonville Fenton. Rebecca Hoffman from Normal University. Adam Jenkins from Belleville West. Justin Makovich from Downers Grove South. Lori Pillen from Rochelle. Scott Pyle from Pekin. Brian Roman from Normal University High School. Kate Skadula from Revis High School, and Dr. Marie Wojcicki from Harvey Thornton High School. We also have Hunter Evans, who was our performance in the round assistant. We have Mr. Makovich, who also coordinated our room chairs and timers, along with Mr. Elijah Wilson, who is the individual events assistant, and then, of course, Ben Stewart from Speechwire, who kept this tournament rolling. So we appreciate all of that, all of them. I would be remiss, too, if I didn't thank our state final manager, Jan Heiteen, who will be introduced in a moment with some special awards. But let's give a big round of applause to all of them and our state final manager, Jan Heiteen. And finally, as I conclude, I just want to remind all of you that this activity is so important. Please keep it going by continuing to be involved in it. Get other students involved in your schools. If you're a senior and you're graduating, you can still contribute. Come back to your schools and judge. You can also coach programs. You are the future of this activity, so please keep it thriving and moving forward. Now, with that said, let's hear it for our state final manager, Jan Heiteen, who has a few special awards.
Hi, you gorgeous group. I want you to take just a moment, and I'd like you to look to your left and to your right, behind you, in front of you. And would you find your friends, people that you've met doing speech? Wave to them. Maybe they're on another team. Maybe they're sitting right next to you. And send them some love, because, are you done? Wait, more love, real quick, more smooches, love, etc. I think I've lost the crowd, right? The reason I ask you to do that is, when I think back to when I was in high school, 173 years ago, I drip myself in formaldehyde every night, which is why I look this good. Thank you very much. What I remember, sure, I remember rounds, I remember competition, I remember seeing some really, really great stuff. But what I really, really remember are friends. And not just friends at my own school, but friends from across the state. And I considered myself so fortunate. And oftentimes I'll say to kids, they're like, you know, they're too competitive. Blah, blah. I'm like, they may be your college roommate, for God's sake. You don't know what the next part of your life is going to bring. For me, I have the honor today of presenting two very special awards. Well, it's one award to two different people. When I started coaching a bazillion years ago, that's a theme, I worked with a gentleman by the name of John Hires, and I met him because I broke my shoe at a tournament at University High School in Normal, and he pounded it back together, and we became lifelong friends. Now that's kind of weird. I would never wear those shoes now. They weren't even that cute, but he took care of it. And for years later, we became colleagues and dear, dear friends. And when he passed, we decided that we would name an award in his honor, because one of the things he thought that was the most important was service. And so we have an award called the John Hires Distinguished Service Award. And we give this to coaches who have made such a rich contribution to our family that we are who we are because of them. Now, let's go back to the friend thing for just a half a second, and I won't keep you guys long because I know we've got some really cool stuff to do. But the two individuals that we're honoring this evening I am so fortunate not only to call them colleagues, but to call them friends. I have been friends with these two for a really long time. I've watched their work. I've watched what they do for kids. I've watched how they open their heart to all of you. So it is really my pleasure to honor those two individuals today. No, somebody backstage have a camera because I'm going to want pictures. Last year we forgot. That's all I got. I'm back. The first of the recipients is a 2023 recipient, but he could not be here last year. And that is Chuck Cavazos from Elk Grove High School and now from Fenton High School. Chuck, come on up. I'll get you. You have to stay. You can stay. Stay. For those of you that live in the suburbs and have had the opportunity to go to the Elk Grove High School tournament, no one on the planet is funnier than this guy. Whether he was tossing candy at you, whether he was just telling jokes, there is not a kid that took first through whatever, through 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, that didn't leave that tournament feeling whole. And that's really a gift, you know, to be able to get into the hearts of people that win. That's easy. But for the people that didn't win that week, he's able to bring them to their very best so that as they move forward, they become better and better. He also knew John Hires. You did, didn't you? Yeah. And John adored him because he was witty, but it was a dry wit, which John Hires had as well. So it is my pleasure on his behalf to honor my dear friend, who I met when we were young, weren't we? I'm going to point something out really quick. If you all look over here, there is a lovely woman holding a baby. You see her? Everybody look that way. I know this is one of Chuck's twin daughters holding her daughter, baby Charlotte. And when the girls were born, Chuck would carry a little lucite picture of them, and he would place it in front of him on tab tables all over the place. And now, talk about generations, we stand here with Shayna honoring her dad. Oh, by the way, she was also a state champion in radio. Oh, yeah. Oh, like if being Chuck's daughter is not enough, she was the state champion in radio. Ah. And Charlotte will probably be, maybe she looks more DI to me, but I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. So, Chuck, my dear friend, it is an honor to give you a John Hires Distinguished Service Award for your service to this community and to schools. Thank you. Now, I have no idea, because I wasn't told one way or the other, whether the next person has any idea, he, she, I don't know, is being honored today. It's fun if the individual doesn't know. It's fun if they do. Doesn't really matter. But a lot of you don't know that one of our most fabulous drama directors, in tandem with his lovely wife, was also a speech coach for many, 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 many years. And I was fortunate enough to meet him way back. God, we were kids, right? At least I was. You're pretty old, but I don't know. Oh, I'm kidding. Stop. This individual is really a creative genius. He sees a piece of literature and he brings it alive. And Erica, I think it's mostly because of you, but Okay, no. Anyway, it is such a pleasure to watch his work because I believe it inspires all of us to be better. But the really, really cool thing is I saw his work when he was a baby. And it was okay. It was okay. Before he won a bazillion state championships in drama. Because he kept at it. He watched others. He learned. His stuff got better and better and better. And most of you probably think of him as a drama director, but he did the same thing in speech. Back to the friend category. I am honored that Tom Whitting, did you know that you were going to get this? Oh, they did really well. That's awesome. But Tom Whitting from Revis High School is our second recipient. You did not? Okay. Awesome. I was going to tell you, but all of your people were like, no, he'll love it to be surprised. How's that? Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, I admire your work so much. But really what I admire the most is your ability to just see all sides of a problem. A lot of people can't do that. A lot of people put themselves in the middle, and it's about ego, and it's about, winning. And not this guy. This guy is our state manager in drama. Did you know that? No, they're like, what's drama? What's that? But he's been with us in this large community for your whole career. He also was Susie Noblock's friend in college. Were you both Elijah students? I don't know, maybe. You both were. And Tom, it's just such a joy to bring you back to this group. And I hope I know you're retiring, so what? You're never going to leave us. You'll always be here supporting the arts and supporting the students who love the arts. And as my friend, I always feel your heart and your support, and I love you. If you want to nominate somebody for next year's recipient, call me, okay? Congratulations.
Are you ready to hear some awards? Great. Fantastic. I didn't know you were this ready. I was watching the hockey game next door. They had to come and get me. I was like, oh, really? It was that time already? All right, no. Here, we're going to get it going right away because I know you've sat through a lot of speeches. So here is the information that you need to know. First of all, how would you like the Wi-Fi code? Let's break the internet just like you broke the escalator out here. Okay. The network name is IHSA Speech 2024. The password is IHSA Speech 2024. Pretty sneaky, huh? IHSA caps S cap peach, not cap, 2024. So if you want to, tweet everybody, live stream them, make sure. They told me this is in hieroglyphics to me, but I know this means something to you. Tag it at IHSA State. I don't know what that really means. To me, playing tag is something totally different. But whatever you guys do with that. Also, if you want to go online and tag IHSA State, and if you want to see the live stream, you can tell people at home. They can live stream us on NFHS at IHSA.tv. There's a small fee, but who wouldn't want to pay a small fee to see the state champions from 2024? Right? Available available for free download later, just so you know. And also, Ben Stewart will be live tweeting the results at SpeechWire and posting the results live at SpeechWireLive.com. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Without any further ado, hello? Okay. Down here, we're going to call this Contestants Row. I'm going to ask for an event to come down and sit in Contestants Row. And then you won't wait very long. We're going to ask you to come up here on stage and get your medals, and then I'll have a next group waiting, right? The next event will be just right here, so we can just zip right through here as quickly as we can, all right? So, without further ado, may I have, first of all, the finalists in dramatic duet acting down here in Contestants Row, and up here on stage, the finalists in impromptu speaking. Come on down. Don, if you have any music, this would be a good time to play it while we're waiting for our finalists in impromptu to join us up here. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Don. Just so you know, music today provided us by the Jersey Boys Broadway soundtrack, so something to look forward to all evening long, right? I hope you like that show. All I can say to all of our potential winners and or non-winners tonight, big girls, don't cry. Okay, so there were 7, it'll make sense when you hear that song later on the Jersey Boys soundtrack. All right, there were 7 finalists in the final round of impromptu speaking. In 7th place, from York High School, Ian Southwell. In 6th place, from Hinsdale Central, Kieran Gitzlaff. In 5th place, from Matea Valley, Tanae Pant. In 4th place, from Downers Grove South, Juliana Conyer. In 3rd place, from Granite City, Anna Forbes. Your tournament runner-up in impromptu speaking, Mailing Sun from Neuqua Valley. And wait, we're gonna applaud for you. Just stand there for a second and just right. You won state, right? You don't have to go anywhere. All right, right. We're gonna recognize her in just a second when I tell you who she is. Our tournament champion from Homewood Flossmoor, Emma Steiner.
Oh my God, thank you for everything. Oh my God.
So just go
Yeah. Thank you.
And
Thank
now,
you.
your state champion in impromptu speaking, Emma Steiner.
My dad's favorite activity is to yell at the woman who gives us directions off of Google Maps. Thankfully, a University of Kansas student named Brian McClendon invented an online system of street maps after he stumbled home drunk from a frat party. But when he brought this idea up to his professors, they told him that he wasn't trying hard enough and that he needed more advice from people around him. So he promptly went home and called up his grandparents. And he asked them the best advice they had for being more original in his scientific work. They told him to trust himself, which is exactly what he did to invent Google Earth and Google Maps within 10 months. From this story, we can understand that we should trust the experiences of those who have had time in any field, which brings us to today's Irish proverb. Time is the greatest storyteller. From this, we can understand that we should allow experiences that have racked up over time to tell those around us how to better do something. But, to put it more simply, we can extract the one universal truth, to trust those who are older than us. And we can see this exemplified today in 3 key ways. First, by examining why it is so important to trust those who are older than us. Next, by taking a deep dive into how one can specifically do this. Before, finally, we look at what happens if you don't trust those who have had far more experiences than any of us. So, first off, we need to take a closer look at why it is so important to trust those who have had the experiences of a lifetime. And we can see that through the story of a man named Michael Edwards. Now, Michael Edwards grew up so severely farsighted that he had to wear glasses while skiing, while I can barely walk with my eyes open. But at age 21, while preparing for his first professional skiing competition, he forgot his glasses. So he ended up falling, breaking both legs, 4 ribs, and his jaw. He immediately, while in the hospital bed, called his family and older friends, and they told him to calm down and figure out how he could better recover himself before worrying about skiing anymore. See, he wanted to read books or try and train his muscles while he was in the hospital bed, and the people who already had experiences with what they loved in life told him to calm down. And when he did this, he was able to return to skiing when he was healthier, more refreshed than ever, where he eventually won a bronze medal at the 1988 Calgary Olympics. From his story, we learn that if we ask those who've already had the experiences of a lifetime what we can better do, they can better tell us a great story. So, now that we've seen why it is so important to trust those who have advice and experiences that have racked up throughout any life, we need to look at how one can specifically do this. And we can see this through the story of Lady Gaga. Born in 1986, Lady Gaga is a star figure in both the music and LGBTQ community today. But she wasn't always born this way, because in 2006, she was dropped from the record label Island Def Jam after only 3 months. I know, sounds like my last high school relationship. Or, as Gaga would call it, a real bad romance. But she was able to follow a 3-step process, which she figured out in her book, literally titled Lady Gaga, on how she could trust those that were older than her to get to the top of the music community. First, she strategized on how she could be better at what she loved. She asked those around her any advice that they had for her to be more successful. Then she recognized exactly where she could apply this in her life. She asked people who had already been music producers how she could make her songs more original. Then she finally executed her plan. By taking the advice of those who have already experienced what they love, she was out there in the music community, and eventually she won 27 Grammy nominations. So now that we've taken that deep dive into examining how one can specifically trust the knowledge of our elders, we finally need to look at what happens if you don't do this. And we can see this through the story of a man named John DeLorean. Now in 1974, John DeLorean became the youngest division leader at General Motors Motor Company. By 1976, he had independently designed the Pontiac GTO and Firebird, 2 of the decade's most successful cars. But within this same year, he figured that he was young and hip enough to create his own car company, the DeLorean Motor Company. It ended up failing right away because he didn't trust the advice of those who had already been in the auto community. He lost $185 million and turn to cocaine trafficking to try and make back some of that dough. Now, I trust you. And you should all understand that when we understand how specifically our parents have become the successful people that they are, we need to take their advice, apply it to our own lives, and not fall into drugs. In retrospect, today, we first took a look at the simple Irish proverb, time is the greatest storyteller. From this, we can all understand that experiences build up over a lifetime. And if we let those experiences teach us something new, we can truly achieve anything. But to put it more simply, we should all remember to ask our elders questions and learn from them. And we saw this exemplified today in 3 key ways. First, by examining why it is so important to ask people questions about their life through the story of Eddie the Eagle. Then, we saw how one can specifically trust the advice of those who have had experiences through the story of Lady Gaga. Before, finally, we dove into what happens if you don't let time tell you the greatest stories through the story of John DeLorean. And just like Brian McClendon, when he learned how he could find advice from his elders to bring himself into something that could change the world, he was able to find his way home and teach me and my dad a lesson about how we can better control our anger. Thank you so much.
All right. May I have the finalists in radio speaking down here in Contestants Row bring your scripts, while up on stage, let's have our finalists in dramatic duet acting. Can you scooch back? Everybody take a step back. Great. Perfect. All right, there were 7 finalists in dramatic duet acting. In 7th place from Downers Grove South, Lee. In 6th place from Matea Valley, Tallulah Hayes and Courtney Upton. In 5th place from Wheaton Warrenville South, Danny Bullen and Jordan Karash. In 4th place from Homewood Flossmoor, Amy Ward and Stella Hoyt. In 3rd place from Hinsdale Central, McKenna Melia and Maeve Rogers. Your tournament runner-up in dramatic duet acting, Micah Moore and Deja Alford from Southland College Prep Charter. And in 1st place from Prospect High School, Emily Caravello and Kelly Jordan.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Wait, should I like this?
You'll be the ones we watch on YouTube.
Oh my god, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Give a quick hug to each other before you get on stage.
Hold on, let's finish my.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had it.
Okay, you want to tuck the tail in?
Yes. Does this look okay?
Looks great.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
And now your state champions, Emily Caravello and Kelly Jordan.
The first time I saw her, she was trying to get out of a situation with our science teacher.
Look, Mr. Johnson, I know safety is paramount.
She was loud.
But if we walk around and only focus on safety, we would have never discovered the microwave.
She's right.
I am? Wait, who are you?
Oh, I'm new. I know all about microwaves. Okay, so in 1945, Percy Spencer was testing a magnetron.
A magnetron.
When he noticed that a chocolate bar in his pocket had melted.
It was a chocolate surprise.
This led to further tests using popcorn and other materials, which ultimately led to the creation of the microwave oven.
And Bella.
Kelsey.
Nice to meet you.
Meeting her changed everything.
Meet Bella and Kelsey, two teenage girls searching for acceptance in a place where love only has one definition.
Their story reminds us that love does not make the world go round. Love is what makes the ride worthwhile.
Love is love.
By Christina Ackerman.
Come on, we sit over here.
Oh.
So, where are you from?
Iowa.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just have to ask, how did you know that about the microwave?
Okay, so in my studies of science, which brings me great joy, I took a real liking to understanding microwaves and their potential impact on the environment and people, and I just kind of, oh my god, I just totally geeked out. Okay.
Yeah, you're out of 10.
Oh my god, okay, this is really embarrassing.
You're kind of cute, Iowa.
I'm sorry?
You're sorry for being cute?
No, I don't know. I think you're pretty.
Oh, funny.
Pretty funny.
Pretty funny.
Not pretty.
Not
I
pretty.
mean,
Not
you're
pretty.
ugly. You're not ugly.
Oh, I'm not ugly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I found myself having trouble talking around her. I never met someone who was so confident, smart, and beautiful. Whoa, your goldfish? Huge.
Her name is Kat.
You named your goldfish after an animal?
Yeah, it's one of the #1 goldfish predators. I like to keep her on high alert.
You are so strange.
Yeah, well, my strangeness comes from my strict Christian upbringing. I mean, it's a real thing here. A real 1,000-pound thing.
Yeah, I've seen. Hey, you know what that goldfish are supposed to represent good fortune and new beginnings?
I do. They can just regenerate their spines and fins. In other words, they can just start over, even after experiencing a traumatic event. You ever had to do that, Iowa? I'll be right back.
I think she understood me more than she was willing to admit. And I liked her. I liked her a lot.
The audience loved it.
Okay, our classmates are not your audience.
Yeah, they are.
How do you do that?
Do what?
I mean, you take a potential problem and turn it into this highlight reel.
I don't know. I just do me.
I mean, everyone always just sees you. No one ever notices me like that.
I notice you. I mean, I notice everything about you.
And that changed everything. I mean, we spent time together in random places around town and at school. She even took me to her parents' ski cabin. I love this place.
Yeah, it's a great place. Just get away and reset.
To be a goldfish.
Yeah, to be a goldfish. I wish we could stay like this forever.
I'm so happy when I'm with you.
You bring out a side of me that no one else knows.
Well, what about Alex?
What about him?
I mean, what does he think of this place?
let's just not talk about Alex, okay? Let's just have this be a special place where we can be us. I just want to be here with you.
Yeah. She was in a relationship with Alex, but I didn't buy it. I mean, that was just her Christian upbringing. So I spent weeks trying to figure out how to tell her how I felt. In my mind, the conversation went pretty well, but in reality, it went something like this. The first time we were here together,
We just sat around and dreamed.
we pictured living here.
Together.
I want that.
What?
I want that.
Wait, are you asking me
No,
out?
I wanted to see what we could be together.
No, Kel, stop it.
Okay, look, I mean, I'm not going to feel bad for being honest. You're pretending to be something you're not.
Don't ruin what we have. What we have right now is perfect.
If it can't be real, out in the open, then I don't want it.
Do you think that's the life I want? I mean, to be out in the open here? I don't know if you've really looked around, but this really isn't the gay pride capital of the world.
I'll be honest. That hurt. It hurt a lot. But then I got a text that changed everything. Iowa.
I'm sorry about today. I do like you the way you like me. It's just scary. I want to be together. But it's complicated though, right? Let's just figure this out and go slow.
I knew it. We spent the next month inseparable. And then one night she texted me.
You're right, Iowa. I do love you.
I love you. There's so much power in those 3 words, but they also have the ability to bring out fear and hate.
Kelsey, it's everywhere.
What's everywhere?
Alex looked at my phone when you replied, and so we've been texting.
Okay, just calm down.
Do you know what's going to happen in this community with my parents?
It'll be okay.
My dad has always said he'd rather have a dead child than a gay child. I've heard it.
Okay, just calm down. Let's just figure this out together.
No. My dad just texted he wants me home immediately.
I'll go with
no,
you.
No, you
Okay,
can't
then
be there.
let's just stay here,
I
okay?
have to go. I love you.
And that was the last time I saw her. She never made it back. She called me when she got home that night, and she was trying to calm her dad down.
Dad, just please calm down. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Can we just please talk?
And then I heard screaming.
Dad, stop yelling at me. Yes, it's true, but I didn't mean to embarrass you.
And then her dad grabbed her. And he threw her down the stairs. And she died. Her own father. Because of me.
That's not true, Iowa.
I just miss her. And I want to feel her arms around me one more time. And hear her voice.
I love you.
And I want to show her this tattoo I got. It's a goldfish with the word cat. But I can't because she's gone.
I'm right here.
And I'm going to share my story so that people realize that this is what love is. That was who I wanted to share it with.
I know. He'll die.
If I could have the finalists in humorous interpretation down here in contestants row, while I have the contestants in radio speaking up here on stage.
I don't want them to do what they want to do.
I do want a picture with the medals.
Oh, with the medals? Oh, probably. Do I care if they wear it's cool.
I think so.
It's humorous interpretation.
There were 7 finalists in the final round of radio speaking. In 7th place, from Huntley, Ava Burns. In 6th place, from Fenwick, Alex Lefko. In 5th place, from Thornton High School, Vanessa Angulo. In 4th place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Emily Sklenica. In 3rd place, from Richards, Amelia Benson. Your tournament runner-up in radio speaking, Sebastian Blanco from Downers Grove South. And your tournament champion in radio speaking, Maya Gerstein from Glenbrook North High School.
Do you have a pocket?
I'm in here.
That's fine.
Here, I can hold your script. Thank you so much.
All right. First, we'll put this right on your lapel. Wait. Yeah.
This side's great.
No one's timing you here.
Perfect.
You and Julie just had a great time. It's exciting. Thank you so much.
Your tournament champion in radio speaking, Maya Gerstein from Glenbrook North.
Israel intensifies its campaign in Lebanon. American courts weigh Trump's potential candidacy, and Chicago public schools prioritize the environment. Good afternoon. You're listening to WRAP, News, Sports, and Weather, brought to you by Peoria Rivermen, where every game brings the heat. Today is February 17th. The time is now something, and I'm Maya Gerstein. Tensions continue to skyrocket in the Middle East. An Israeli airstrike killed an elite Hezbollah commander in southern Lebanon, the latest in an escalating exchange of strikes across the border that have raised fears of another Mideast war, even as the fighting in Gaza exacts a mounting toll on civilians. The strike on an SUV killed a commander in a secretive unit that operates along the border. He is the most senior militant killed since Hamas's October 7th attack into southern Israel triggered all-out war. Chaos worsens for Haiti's war on gangs. Kenya's High Court on Friday blocked the United Nations-backed deployment of Kenyan police officers to Haiti to help the Caribbean country bring gang violence under control. Uncertainty and fear have been spreading through Haiti since the ruling, with violence reaching new records as gangs tighten their grip on Haiti's capital and beyond. Gangs that control an estimated 80% of the capital have attacked and seized power of previously peaceful communities, killing and injuring dozens. In political news closer to home, appeals court judges signaled that they likely will reject Donald Trump's claims that he is immune from prosecution in his election interference case. The outcome seemed clear during arguments that touched on a range of political and legal considerations. The Republican frontrunner made his first trip in months to Washington's federal courthouse, where his lawyers sought to convince a court to dismiss the case, charging him with plotting to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Your next national update attempts to take to the skies. The first U.S. moon landing attempt in more than 50 years appeared to be doomed, after a private company spacecraft developed a critical fuel leak just hours after Monday's launch. Astrobotic technology managed to orient its lander toward the sun so the solar panel could collect sunlight and charge its battery, as a special team assessed the status of what was termed a failure in the propulsion system. On the local front, dozens of students, teachers, and activists gathered outside City Hall to launch the Green New Deal for Chicago public schools, urging officials to increase investments in green schools and climate resiliency. The campaign will build community resilience and right historical injustices in public schools. The main demands include safe and clean buildings, pathways to green jobs, and an electric fleet of school vehicles. In more tragic news near you, a woman was killed after a fire tore through a home in Garfield Ridge Sunday morning. Firefighters responded to the blaze at 5425 South Mulligan Avenue at around 9:49 a.m. The woman, who lived alone, was found inside the home and pronounced dead at the scene. Updates from the NBA, your NCAA scores, and this week's weather coming up after a word from our sponsor, Peoria Rivermen. Hockey fans, get ready to feel the thrill of the game like never before. Welcome to the heart of the action where the Peoria Rivermen reign supreme on the ice. Experience the intensity, the passion, and the adrenaline-pumping excitement of live hockey right here in Peoria. From slap shots to hat tricks, the Rivermen deliver edge-of-your-seat entertainment that'll keep you coming back for more, game after game, right here in the Peoria Civic Center. From the sports desk, Paolo Banchero scored 26 points, and the Orlando Magic beat the Phoenix Suns 113-98 on Sunday, overcoming Devin Booker's 44-point effort. Hitting the court for your NCAA report, the number 2 Purdue Boilermakers proved they're good at more than just engineering in their 68-60 triumph over Rutgers. Finally, the number 22 Florida Atlantic Owls barely flew by with a victory, triumphing 66-63 over North Texas. And now for a look at the WRAP weather. As those college basketball scores heat up, your temperatures cool down. Anticipate dense, even freezing fog today, with a low of 30 tonight. Tomorrow, we'll see some sunshine with a high of 45 and a low in the mid-30s. So let's hope for some more sunshine next week. And that's a wrap on WRAP News, Sports, and Weather, brought to you by Peoria Rivermen, where every game brings the heat. I'm Maya Gerstein, signing off. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
If we could have the finalists in original oratory down here in Contestants Row.
Thank you.
While we have our finalists in humorous interpretation up here on stage. Wait just a moment for the table there. There you go. Now let's have our finalists for humorous interpretation up here on stage. Thank you. There were 7 finalists in the final round of humorous interpretation. In 7th place, from Prospect, Kelly Jordan. In 6th place, from Hinsdale Central, Jackie Vogel. In 5th place, from Belleville West, Eleanor Schmitz. In 4th place, from Revis High School, Alana Blangiardo. In 3rd place, from Marion, Chris Reed. Your tournament runner-up, Audrey Davis from Waterloo High School. And your state champion in humorous interpretation, Gianna Campanegro from Downers Grove South.
Like open your phone and then be that. Thank you.
And now, your state champion in humorous interpretation, Gianna Caponigro.
Minerva, what's the best Italian restaurant within 10 miles? So cheap. Dusty Paradiso. Average price per person, $120. Find the fourth best Italian restaurant? So cheap. Found egg spaghetti. I didn't realize that people was nervous. I wish there was some kind of app to make a girl like you. Some kind of step-by-step instructions or something. Searching. No, I was just found 284 audio instruction programs, each offering step-by-step instructions on romantic customs and behaviors from the last 800 years. Oh, cool. Download anything that tells me how to act on a date. And, maybe something on how to kiss someone? How to kiss your mom. How to kiss your dog. How to kiss a French person. How to kiss your ex. Hey, are you up? How to Kiss a Girl by Wade Bradford. Kiana! 3 more reps. 2, 3. What, Mom? Kiana, are you ready for your big date? Yeah, I am. Oh, what are you listening to, sweetie? I programmed Minerva to give me some last-minute tips. Oh, well, that's great. Let me take a listen. Boom, boom. Hey, girl! Do you want to know the secrets to becoming a heartbreaker? Hoping your first date will lead to more. Well, my advice is to use Google Maps for the best locations for serious makeout sessions. My personal favorite is a dark parking garage, but whatever works for you. Oh, Kenneth, that is disgusting. Turn that off right now. If you want advice, you gotta get it from the classics. Minerva, only play files from my generation and earlier. Adjusting files. Well, hello there. I'm Mr. Gently, and welcome to Mr. Gently's swell guide to having a swell time on your first date. Now, I want you to take a good look at your parents. This will determine the future of your romantic history. My parents are divorced. Beautiful! Now, say goodbye to your folks. Bye, Mom. Bye, sweetie! Darcy and I will be waiting for you when you get back. Say bye-bye, Darcy. And you're off. Remember, always buckle your seatbelts. If you don't have an American car, you're a communist! Minerva, I need something better than him. He's freaking me out a little. Adjusting files. Boom, boom. Yar! Dating advice is the life for me. Oh, broken peg leg. So you want to know the pirate's guide to romance? Yes, Mr. Pirate. We've got a long journey ahead of us. I hope you have some salted pork and citrus fruits to avoid scurvy. I have half a can of Sprite and a bag of pork rinds. Now, hoist the main and sail away! Okay. Get my bike here. more blocks. Keep going. You got this, Ken. Who are you? Who am I? Well, looks like you got a case of the first date jitters. Just stay calm and take deep breaths. Did you brush your teeth with baking soda this morning? What? Steal your courage, practice your battle face, squint your evil eye. Now shout your pirate name loud and proud. My name is Captain Kenneth Beardsley. What is wrong with you? Sorry, I'm here to, pick up your daughter. Take her out to dinner. It's a really nice place down by. It's really no big deal. Hey, Stephanie, some guy's having a stroke down here waiting for you. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Oh, that's just Kenny. I'll be right down. Be nice to him.
So, we're, going to Eddie's Spaghetti. I literally don't care. See you, kid. Cool, it's really awesome. Minerva, I still don't know what to say when she comes back. I need something better than these two. They kind of suck. That's a little harsh. Adjusting files. Boom, boom.
Hello, child. Sinful. You are going on a date without the chaperone. You must repent immediately.
Hey, Kenny, are you all right?
Me? Yeah, I'm fine. You look really, you look really...
She doesn't even need to be burned at the stake because she is already smoking hot.
So we should probably get going. I'll just get my bike if you want to, hop on or something. You know what? I'm just gonna call an Uber. Welcome to Eddie's Spaghetti. What can I get you? How about the breadsticks? Oh, look, your spaghetti is here. So, is that a no on the breadsticks? Or, I'm sorry, is this Eddie's breadsticks? Enjoy your spaghetti. Cool, it's really awesome.
Hey, so this is like our first time hanging out alone together, right?
Are we going halfsies?
You should never let a woman pay for her own meal. I don't pay for anything. Dine and dash.
I'm being possessed by
Kenny, look, just because this is our first date doesn't mean things have to be awkward. I mean, we're good friends, right?
Yeah, totally.
Unless you wanted to be more than friends?
Just give me 1 second. Minerva, I'm freaking out. Don't be a communist. Kill an albatross. Where are the breadsticks?
Kenny, are you even listening to me? You've been plugged into that thing all night.
Look, I'm sorry. I've just really been hoping for a chance to get to kiss you, but I don't even know how to do that. I just really like your smile.
Oh, Kenny, that's so sweet. Come here, lovebird. Mwah.
Yeah, Minerva, you can power off now. I'm chilling. So, yeah, as you wish. So, do you want to get out of here or something? There's an ice cream place a couple blocks down. Oh wait, that's my phone.
If I could have the finalists in prose reading down here in contestants row, and will the finalists in original oratory join us up here on stage? There were 6 finalists in the final round of original oratory. In 6th place, from Naperville Central, Nina Rao. In 5th place, from Pekin, Alina Vang. In 4th place, from Glenbrook North, Rina Matsunaga. In 3rd place, from York, Andrea Alcaraz. Your tournament runner-up is Sarah Guerrero from Fenton High School. And your state champion in original oratory, April Zhang from Neuqua Valley.
Oh, wait. I forgot how pockets worked. Uh-huh. Do I have to keep my...
Put this kind of inside. Do you have an inside pocket?
No.
Oh, what they do to you. Okay.
Can I button my jacket? Okay.
That will help.
To keep it in? Okay. Yeah. Should I wear that or...
No.
Okay, no? Okay. Okay, cool.
Your state champion in original oratory from Neuqua Valley, April Zhang.
It's probably obvious from my lackluster hand gestures. You'll see. But I love extemporaneous speaking. I know. And I've competed in it all throughout high school. But there's a reason we don't get many spectators in our rounds. And why judges tend to steer clear of the event. Politics is important, but it's not always interesting. And sometimes, a lot of the times, it's just sad. And this may be the one way speeches are just like the rest of America. In 2022, the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism found that 42% of Americans now actively avoid the news, leaving a void bad actors are eager to fill. So today, let us examine why we've been neglecting the news, how that impacts our society, before looking at how we can prevent this information isolation. Because no news is bad news. On July 8th, 2022, Amanda Ripley admitted she'd been avoiding the news since 2016. The stories were so disheartening, she needed to see a therapist to talk about it. And Ripley is a columnist for the Washington Post. She said she felt like a wheat farmer who had developed a gluten allergy. If even journalists feel poisoned by their own product, what hope did the rest of us have? Ripley's case reveals 2 reasons behind news avoidance. Quality news has become a luxury item, and the news is depressing. First, access to many of the most reputable sources isn't free. The University of Texas at Austin noted in 2021 that 76% of American newspapers now have some kind of paywall. Usually the outlets with fact checkers and editors, not just commentators. And as Axios reported in November of 2022, with words that would delight House Republicans, these walls actually work. They turn fact-based news into a luxury many younger and poorer Americans cannot afford. So they turn off the news. Or worse, turn to blatant propaganda because it's more accessible. Nathan Robinson, journalist for Current Affairs, put it best. The truth is paywalled, but the lies are free. But even if Americans had access to quality news, would they be better off? As the old adage goes, if it bleeds, it leads. And as NBC News reported in October of 2022, when all Americans see is doom and gloom, avoiding the news may feel like great news. The Guardian corroborated in July of 2022 that while negative news coverage is factually true, The unrelenting focus on these stories blows them way out of proportion. Depressing news coverage is so ubiquitous, the Oxford English Dictionary named doom scrolling its word of the year in 2020. It's also why, in 2023, NPR found 42% of us avoid the news just like Amanda Ripley. It's depressing. Because of that, I have a lot of empathy for people who don't share my love of the news. Writing for Harvard's Nieman Journalism Lab in 2022, Joshua Benton explained that for news avoiders, reading headlines is like entering a lottery with only bad prizes. Why play at all? Rather than FOMO, the fear of missing out, they had ROMO, the relief of missing out. But a media diet that is essentially no-mo has two major consequences. People get less reliable information, and they become less civically engaged. Now, when we're not reading the news, that doesn't mean we're not keeping up with current events, but we have to get our information from somewhere, and unfortunately, that somewhere is social media. The nonprofit Integrity Institute published a report in 2022 pointing out that a well-crafted lie often gets more engagement than truthful content, and social media algorithms amplify that misinformation. We may laugh at the Facebook parents who fell for Pizzagate, anti-vaxxing, Donald Trump, but we're no better. Last week, a Morning Consult poll found that nearly half of TikTok users now get their news from the app, opening up a whole new world of misinformation. But people rely on it because influencers are more relatable and accessible than a soulless corporation. That's not praise for social media. That's a failure of the news industry. And obviously, when we're not reading the news, we're less informed and therefore less politically engaged. The Knight Foundation, a journalism nonprofit, found in 2020 that people who don't keep up with the news are 25% less likely to even register to vote. And authors of the 2023 book, Avoiding the News, found the people most likely to avoid the news are members of marginalized groups who often believe, for legitimate reasons, that they are misrepresented or flat out ignored. But if we don't read or watch the news, it's harder to stay well informed. If we're not well informed, it's harder to advocate for our needs. And if we don't advocate for our needs, journalists won't cover those concerns. It's a vicious cycle. And no wonder why Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Nicholas Kristof articulated in the New York Times on December 30th of 2023 that when the news is unremittingly negative, people tune out and give up. But this isn't a lost cause, and there is reason for optimism. In 2019, The Washington Post hired someone who would be critical to their coverage of the upcoming elections and the pandemic, Dave Jorgensen. No, he wasn't an investigative journalist. Jorgensen ran the newspaper's TikTok account. 2 years and 1.7 million followers later, he explained to the tech website Mashable that giving people verifying news from a reputable source on an app that's mostly entertainment has been a great way to draw news avoiders into the fold. He suggests 2 ways this bad habit can be broken. We need to fix our media diet, and the media needs to update its menu. But we can't just go from, say, 0 news intake to 30 political newsletters per day. I swear, I'm getting help. At least, not directly. It starts by taking in some news in a format we enjoy. Many news websites, with words that would horrify House Republicans, have begun to use permeable paywalls, allowing everybody a handful of free articles before the barrier kicks in. That's usually more than enough for non-extempers. If traditional media isn't your thing, watch something funny, like Stephen Colbert's late-night monologue, or listen to a podcast like the New York Times' The Daily. The solution isn't to ingest as much as humanly possible, but as Penn State's News Over Noise podcast suggested in 2022, to take in as much as we can tolerate in a way that's comfortable for us. But the media has to address the problems it can control. That means, for instance, writing stories for news avoiders, like Vox.com does with its explainers. Or that means focusing more on good news, because I'm told that does exist. CBS, known for their hard-hitting investigations, released a newsletter called The Uplift, which focuses on optimistic coverage. In 2022, Emily Bell, professor of journalism at Columbia University, said that giving people a mix of positive and negative coverage, reflective of how our world actually functions, is pivotal to combating news avoidance.
Because a healthier media diet begins with a better menu. Ultimately, I'm not saying you have to go out and do Extemp. I'm not even saying you have to go and watch Extemp, even though you actually all have to because it's coming up. Please stay. But after observing the causes, effects, and solutions to news avoidance, I hope it's clear that staying politically informed, even just a little bit, is far better than shutting the door on politics entirely. The drawbacks to breaking with news are just far too great. But there are simple ways to fix that. And that, thankfully, is good news. How do I take this off? Thank you.
May I have the finalists in humorous duet acting down here in contestants row? Up here on stage, let's see the finalists in prose reading. There were 7 finalists in the final round of prose reading. In 7th place, from York, Lucas Bear. In 6th place, from Homewood Flossmoor, Amy Ward. In 5th place, from Oaklawn Community High School, Maya Quinones. In 4th place, from Revis, Joanne Tyne. In 3rd place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Eliana Sheehan. Your tournament runner-up from Prospect High School, Emily Caravello. And your 2024 state champion in prose reading, Avanish Thea Garajan from Neuqua Valley.
All right, open your jacket. No,
my bad.
All right, pocket, whatever one you care about. Great. So much. Every year. Like, please start putting pockets in skirts. All right, close your jacket around them.
Let me take, sorry, what were seconds? Can I just see the first page? Thank you. I almost forgot that.
And your state champion in prose reading, Avanish Thea Garajun from Neuqua Valley.
My father was gone at age 27. He was young, way too young. Cancer doesn't pick its victims. And when my mom and I were in the hospital just after he died, a nurse came by to comfort me with a shoebox under her arm. The box was full of sealed envelopes with sentences where the address should be. Your father told me to give you this. He spent the whole week writing these, and he wants you to read these. Hey, be strong. The first envelope read, "When I'm gone." The National Alliance for Children's Grief says that about 5% of children will lose a parent before the age of 15. Through no fault of their own, they miss out on an adult who, at least in theory, would have guided them through the most important moments of their lives. But what if that parent didn't disappear entirely? When I'm Gone, by Raphael Zoller. Son, if you're reading this, I'm dead. I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to see you crying. But I still have a lot to teach you. So I wrote these letters for you. You must not open them before the right moment, okay? This is our deal. I love you. You're the man of the house now. Love, Dad. P.S. I didn't write letters to your mom. She's got my car. You know, that box became the most important thing in the world for me. I told my mother not to open them. Those letters were mine, that no one else could take them. I knew all these life moments written on those envelopes by heart. And then life started. My mother started dating. This one boyfriend was worthless. I thought she was humiliating herself by dating him. He had no respect for her. She deserved something a lot better than a guy she met at a bar. I still remember the slap she gave me after I said the word bar. Well, I deserved it. And that's when I remembered a specific letter, which read, "When you have the worst fight ever with your mom, now apologize to her. I don't know why you're fighting and I don't know who's right, but I know your mother. So a humble apology is the best way to get over this. She's your mother. She loves you more than anything in this world. Apologize. She'll forgive you." So I rushed to my mother's room. I apologized and I handed her the letter. And it made her laugh. It felt good. And she forgave me. It didn't take long before I read the next letter. I swear, when you lose your virginity, congratulations, son. Don't worry, it gets better with time. You know, my father, he followed me through my entire life. He would always find a way to put a smile on my face when things looked grim, or clear my mind during those angry moments. When you get married, made me feel emotional, but not so much as when you become a father. Now you'll understand what real love is, son. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I'm just a corpse. I'm not a fortune teller. Have fun. Change diapers. Be a role model for this child. I think you have what it takes to be an amazing father. Just like me. You know, I always kept the deal I made with my father. I would never read the letters before their time. With the exception of when you realize you're gay. Since I never thought I'd have to read this one, I decided to read it. What can I say? I'm glad I'm dead. Now, all joking aside, being half dead made me realize we care too much about the things that don't matter. Do you think that changes anything, son? Don't be silly. Be happy. The most painful letter I read in my entire life was also the shortest. When my father said these 3 words. I believed he suffered just as much as I did, living through that moment. It took a while, but eventually I had to open when your mother is gone. She's mine now. I would always wait for the next moment, the next letter, the next lesson my father would teach me. You know, by the time I was in my 40s, I was still learning from a 27-year-old man. And then eventually, the cancer got to me, too. I run my fingers on the faded paper of the last letter. The sentence, "When your time comes," is barely visible. I don't want to open it. Hello, son. I hope you're an old man now. You know, this letter was the easiest to write. It was the letter that set me free from the pain of losing you. I had a brief life, but a very happy one. I was your father and the husband of your mother. What else could I ask for? You don't have to be afraid. P.S. I miss you. I miss you too, Dad. Medal, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Will the finalists in oratorical declamation join us in contestants row? And will the finalists in humorous duet acting come on up on stage?
Yeah. Yes.
Hello. There were 6 finalists in the final round of humorous duet acting. In 6th place, from Homewood Flossmoor, Robert Wakefield Jr. and Chris Albert. In 5th place, from Hinsdale Central, Albin Stromberg and Ella Russell. In 4th place, from Marion, Delsina Sawyer and Chris Reed. In 3rd place, from Revis, Fuad Zuhair and Chris Kieta. Your tournament runner-up in humorous duet acting, from Downers Grove South, Gianna Campanigro and Maya Flannery. And your state champions in humorous duet acting, Anna Parisi and Dylan May from Prospect High School.
Thank you so much.
Sweet. That's fun. You guys do a lot of. Nope, I got a clip for you. Do you have a lot of movement?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right.
So tuck the tail into your pocket as well.
Sweet.
Your inside pocket's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay, don't close it just yet.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna put it on this side.
All right.
Just so that we're hiding the cable a little
Gotcha.
bit, make it look like we made an effort.
Perfect.
Oh.
There it goes. Off she goes.
What just happened? Oh, okay. It's the cord. All right. Do you close your jacket too?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is just take this and whip it. Well, if it'll cooperate, I'm just going to tuck it in here.
Amazing.
Yep. All right.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Enjoy. Have
Thank
fun.
you. Thank you.
Thank you
And
so
now
much.
your state champions in humorous duet acting from
Yeah.
Prospect High School, Anna Parisi and Dylan May.
Oh, sweetie, you look beautiful.
Oh, thanks. It's
Yeah, I don't
new.
care. So have you seen Billy?
He's out. How come?
Because I've got the most amazing girl for him.
What do you mean?
Well, I was talking to Weasel about his daughter, and it turns out she's into all the same things as Billy, and she totally wants to hook up with him.
What?
Oh, no, I mean, not like that.
Oh my God.
I mean, she wants to go out with him.
Oh.
I mean, I suppose maybe it could lead to...
Oh my God, stop. Look, we need to talk about Billy.
We are talking about Billy.
Just don't freak out, okay?
Oh man, sweetie. I mean, when you tell me not to freak out, it kind of makes me want to freak out. I mean, maybe he's in the hospital. I mean,
what?
People have cancer in the hospital.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, our son is dying from cancer.
Billy is not dying.
He's not?
No.
Oh.
Billy is gay.
Of course he is. We're all gay, sweetie. I mean, we're a happy family. It's part of the happy family promise.
Well, yes, but Billy is gay and happy.
Oh.
When identifying a parenting technique, I've always gravitated towards my mother's approach.
Waterboarding?
No.
Oh, electric shock?
No. Love, listen, and hug.
Oh. My mom showed me love by packing up and leaving after she dropped me off at school. It's been a few years now, but she'll be back any minute. I smell a reunion.
She's not coming back.
For Nick and Maggie, the journey into parenthood teaches us one valuable lesson.
The way we respond to uncertainty defines who we are.
And who our children become. Unconditional love.
By Christina O'Connor.
God, that really just came out of left field.
Really?
I mean, I literally walked in on him and Sarah. Don't you remember that?
Yes, and they were 4.
But they were naked.
And Sarah is now Sam.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Uh-huh. Are you okay? Just breathe. Open your mouth and breathe. Hello?
Wait a minute. Why did he tell you and not me?
Because he knew you would act like this.
Act like what?
Like that.
No. I'm cool with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm down with it.
Wait, what?
Oh no, not like he is. I don't go down there. I just.
Oh my God!
Wait,
stop.
does he have a boyfriend?
Can you just listen to me for a second?
Oh my God! How did I not know
God.
this? Is it Sam? It's Sam, isn't
What?
it? Oh my God! I knew it. What am I doing? I'm just thinking it through.
Okay, that's good. We need to be rational.
Yeah, rational.
Uh-huh.
I've got this.
Okay.
I'm letting him know it's cool.
Why are you on Twitter?
I'm okayness with your gayness.
Wait, stop!
Send!
What did you just do?
I just sent a private tweet to him.
What do you mean private?
Look, I'm okayness with your gayness. At BillyBoy1, sincerely, Dad. Tweet. What? I'm cool with it. I just sent him a private message.
No, you just outed your son on Twitter.
Hey, easy. Relax.
Relax.
Only he can see it. Duh.
You're telling your wife to relax?
Look, it's a private tweet, sweetie. Look.
You've got 152 likes and 67 retweets.
Okay, sweetie.
What?
68, actually. Who's calling? Who the hell is calling?
Hello?
Hello?
Shut up. Hi, sweetie.
Hi, it's Dad.
Sit.
Yep, Dad's here. Yes, he did. Okay, I will give him that message.
I am so sorry.
So, who was that?
Your son.
Oh, Billy? What did Billy want? Is he coming home for dinner?
No, he's not coming home for dinner.
Okay. Does
Yes,
he
he
know
knows
we're
we're
having
having
pot
pot
roast? Did he like my tweet?
Did he like your tweets?
Yeah.
Your son is now out to everyone on your terms.
Oh my God, sweetie. Wait, what have I
so
done?
lucky I'm wearing my
God,
yoga pants right now.
Okay, I don't even know what that means. Should I have yoga pants on?
They make me feel comfortable. I just need
You know what?
to
I'm
be
going to text him.
comfortable.
I'm just going to text him,
cannot
sweetie.
text him.
I was just
What
kidding
do you
about
think
your
you're doing?
gayness.
You're gonna
LOL,
send your-
smiley face. Stop. Send. Now we wait.
Wait for what? The sound of him walking in front of a bus?
Does that have a sound? I don't...
Why do I even love you?
Okay, why isn't he responding to me? I mean, maybe he's just deliberately ignoring me, or... Oh my God, maybe he's dead. I mean, those are the two options. Deliberately ignoring me, or he's dead. Oh my God. Why are you giving me the death stare?
How do you survive on a day-to-day basis?
It's a struggle.
Unreal.
Why isn't he responding to me?
Well, did he read it?
I don't know. I don't know if he read it.
Let me see that. Hey, Einstein?
When you say Einstein...
I don't mean it.
That's what I thought.
You put it in your notes.
No, I emailed it to him on the cloud.
Do you even know what that means?
No, I don't have the faintest idea. I'm so confused.
Calm down, it's okay.
Where did we go wrong?
Wrong?
Yes, I failed him.
How can you say that?
He couldn't even talk to me about it.
Because he didn't want to disappoint you. I mean, for 16 years you taught him to love each and every day and to live life on his terms.
I know. What's going to happen to him?
Well, what happens on social media kind of stays there forever, reappearing at the most inopportune times, so.
Kind of like herpes.
Inappropriate.
I'm sorry.
What are you really worried about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what do you see on the news every day? I mean, people are terrible. What they say is...
That's not fair to him. I mean, we can't let the angry voices silence people.
Yeah.
We just need to show him that we love him and that we... What are you doing?
I'm going to tweet that. That is just cool.
No, give me the phone.
No.
Right now.
Wait, no, wait, no. Did you just...
I deleted your account, yes.
Okay, yeah, well, what are all my followers going to do, sweetie?
Thrive.
I mean, something is happening on Twitter right now, and I don't know about it.
Okay, sit down. In the chair. Look, he sent a text. Dad clearly doesn't understand technology.
That's not an unfair assessment.
But I know that I'm made up of all of the best parts of you both, and I'm kind of excited I get to stop hiding. I love you.
That is so sweet.
Wow.
So now?
Now we sit here together for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Quietly.
I don't do quiet very well.
And just remember our love will continue to carry us.
Okay. Sweetie?
Open your mouth only if what you're going to say is more beautiful than silence.
I wish I could tweet this.
Oh my God.
I love you.
I love you too.
What did they say?
214. Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
That's
If we could have the finalists in extemporaneous speaking down here in contestants row. Also, if we could see the finalists in prose reading, if you could bring your medals. Apparently there was a slight mix-up in the medals. So if you could just bring your medals, we will sort it out right down here. Prose finalists, bring your medals. We'll fix you. We'll make sure everybody gets the right ones. So if we could just do that for a moment. Come on up. Join us up here on stage. Finalists in oratorical declamation. Thank you for your patience. And now there are 6 finalists in the final round of oratorical declamation. In 6th place from Naperville Central, Harshi Shah. In 5th place from Downers Grove South, Naomi Young. In 4th place from Hinsdale Central, Vandana Kumar. In 3rd place, from York High School, Fernando Valdez Nicholson. Your state runner-up in deck, from Thornton, Dylin Browley. And your state champion in oratorical declamation from Homewood Flossmoor, Jasmine Rhodes. Congratulations. It's just 2 girls. And now, your state champion in oratorical declamation, Jasmine Rhodes.
I am an endangered species, but I sing no victim song. I am a woman, I am an artist, and I know where my voice belongs. Now, you might have heard me sing that song. It was September 12th, 2022, and I had just won the Emmy Award for Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy for my role as Mrs. Barbara Howard on your favorite TV show, Abbott Elementary. I was shocked. As the children would say, shooketh into disbelief. And I gotta tell you, in that moment, my whole career flashed right there in front of me. Starting with 19-year-old Cheryl in her first movie being directed by the great Sidney Poitier. Followed by 10 years of no after no after no before the next film role came about. But I filled in that time with more TV and more no's until I made it big on Broadway in the iconic musical of the 80s, Dreamgirls. After so many moments of doubt, disbelief, there I was on that Emmy stage with this huge sign in front of me flashing, "Stop now." And I just started to think, my God, what if I had stopped? After all of those no's, after all of those moments of feeling defeated, what if I had stopped? As a student and as an individual, I've had the privilege of accomplishing many great things. But like anyone in this room, I still struggle to get out of bed every morning or even stand up in front of people and give speeches. I mean, seriously, who thought of that? Or even believing that I was capable of achieving great success. But I found that believing in yourself is not just some catchy slogan coined by our parents, but rather an uphill battle faced by every human being, even award-winning actresses. Here, we find a woman of great success offer us the strength to move past any adversity in a 3-step guide to believing in yourself by Cheryl Lee Ralph. Right now, many of us are feeling deeply challenged, trying to hold on and believe in ourselves. And I don't mean in a toxic way. I mean in a way that comes from the kind of confidence that can keep us moving forward. When we're feeling like we're carrying the weight of the pandemic, trying to figure out all this political division, fighting all the mental, physical, social violence in our homes, in our communities, the climate change, social media. It's a lot, making it hard to believe in the goodness of the world, and harder still to believe in the goodness of ourselves. This is a rough time, people. I mean, we all need a checkup from the neck up. And I don't mean just medicine. I actually mean reframing our thinking of our ability to believe in ourselves. Now, I know you see me on TV and magazines and movie screens, and you're probably thinking to yourself, what does she know about struggling to believe in herself? But let me tell you something. I do not look like my journey. Oh, I've been through a few things, and the struggle is real. But I've learned that there are 3 things that we all must do in order to believe in ourselves. Number 1, first we need to see ourselves for who and what we are. In the 3rd grade, I tested into a fancy private school where the only black kid I saw every day was the one that looked at me in the mirror. I was alone, and I was all by myself, and the things that were said to me. And I'm not just talking about the students, but the adults too. And when I would come home from school crying the ugly cry, my mom would say to me, when you go back to school, remember, you are rubber. They are glue. And every ignorant thing that they say bounces off of you and sticks to them. And it didn't hurt so much because I believed. Number 2, we've got to think. Oh, I did not know how valuable and powerful the simple act of thinking was until I returned to Hollywood after my triumphant run on Broadway, and I had a meeting with the Hollywood casting director, and I walk in there, and he looks at me and he says, what do I do with a beautiful, talented black girl? do I put you in a movie with Tom Cruise? Does he kiss you? Who goes to see that movie? I could not believe he had just said that to my face. And he hurt me so deeply, I was actually thinking about quitting. Until I started to think. And I thought about what he said. I deserve to be cast in movies with the likes of Tom Cruise. And he should kiss me. So what was meant to break me did not break me. It built me up. And I walked out of there believing that I belonged no matter what anybody thought of me. Number 3, we've got to act like we believe in ourselves. When we believe in ourselves and act on it, we create possibilities that would have never been. I will never forget being in one of those crowded Hollywood rooms and I see producer Harry Thompson, who's married to Linda Bloodworth Thompson, creator of the series Designing Women. And I walk right up to Harry and he looks at me and he says, "Who are you?" And I say, I am Cheryl Lee Ralph. And guess what happened? I got cast in the final season of Designing Women. Against all odds, once again, I gave myself permission to take up space, believing that I belonged. I believed that if Cheryl Lee did the work of honing in on her craft, building strong relationships, and staying ready so she didn't have to get ready, anything was possible. So when you leave this room today, I challenge all of you to start a meaningful practice of looking in the mirror and loving what you see. Believe in what you see. If you can't love it, respect it. If you can't respect it, then encourage it. If you can't encourage it, then empower it. And if you can't empower it, please be kind to it. The greatest relationship you will ever have is with yourself. Believe that faith can make broken wings fly. And we all deserve to soar.
And if we could have the finalists for extemporaneous speaking up here on stage. There were 6 finalists in the final round of extemporaneous speaking. In 6th place, from Chatham-Glenwood, Anna Swanner. In 5th place, from York, Declan Fahey. In 4th place, from Yorkville High School, Lily Smogor. In third place, from Washington, Annabelle Heil. Your state runner-up in extemporaneous speaking, Tori Barson from Wheaton, Warrenville South. And may I introduce to you your double state champion from Neuqua Valley, April Zhang.
Do you remember your question?
Barely. How can the African Union Leaders Summit best address unrest across the continent? I can make it up. It's fine. I can flub the wording a little, as long as, yeah.
State champion in extemporaneous speaking from Neuqua Valley, April Zhang.
Sorry, I'm back. Today marks the start of the African Union's Leaders Summit, and almost immediately, its leaders seem to be up in arms. Literally. Because as Al Jazeera reported just a few hours ago, Somalian delegates were blocked from entering the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa, for this summit. Although the more complete story is that they tried to bring weapons into a diplomatic summit. It's safe to say that the African Union is rife with political and military conflict. As the Council on Foreign Relations articulated on January 13th of 2024, not only have there been 10 successful coups in the past 4 years, stretching all the way across Africa in what experts now dub the coup belt, but violence is so rife within the continent that the AU has a slogan: silence the guns. Their 50-year plan to end all war and military conflict within the continent. So given this ambitious goal, and the fact that this leadership summit is the culminating conference of the entire continent of 1.43 billion people, it is essential that we ask ourselves today's question. How can the African Union's Leaders Summit best address unrest across the continent? But before we go any further, we need to define what unrest means. In this context, unrest means an unconstitutional transfer of power, or a coup, and the potential military fallout that happens because of it. And given this definition, we see the answer is clearly that the AU needs to adopt a civil and fair policy by first, fostering open discussions, second, maintaining heavy deterrence, and third and finally, I'm really sorry guys, it's been a few hours, enforcing policies fairly across the entirety of the AU. Now, our bureaucrats in the government tend to think that they're high and mighty and that they can solve all of our problems. But when it comes to preventing coups across the continent, the African Union, in theory, actually isn't pretty bad at it. Unfortunately, the pride of many of these world leaders' countries prevents that action from taking any real effect. As the Institute for Security and Peace noted on February 6th of 2024, in coups like Niger, which happened last July, just weeks before, African Union members told President Bazoum that he was likely to be overthrown by his military and offered assistance in order to prevent a coup in such a region. And Bazoum, out of his pride and not wanting to seem weak, declined. And then he got overthrown exactly how the AU said he would. Furthermore, as the Wilson Center elaborated on February 13th of 2024, a similar thing happened in Sudan in 2021, when the African Union, assessing the risks of the rapid security forces, offered to step in and try and intervene to keep the civilian government in power. They didn't listen because they were too proud. The African Union, in their diplomatic non-interference and civil tactics, decided not to interfere, and then the war started within Sudan. So the answer, in order to solve the African Union's military woes in terms of coups, is clear. their leaders need to swallow their pride at this summit and moving forward, and accept the assistance and warnings of the African Union when they come into place. And if they do that, Africa can quell its unrest in terms of its risks from military coups. But besides this one-off African Union observation that countries may be turning to a coup sooner rather than later, Africa actually has a universal framework for preventing coups. And it sounds so simple that you would be forgiven for thinking it didn't work at all. As the New York Times articulated on February 2nd of 2024, this is the Unconstitutional Change in Government's Policy, or UCG, which basically states that if there's a coup within Africa, the AU will punish it economically by suspending it from key AU blocs, economic regions, and putting heavy sanctions on it from all other member states. And this actually worked up until 2020 pretty well. But the AU hasn't been enforcing it very well or evenly. And because of that, it has begun to lose its power. So the answer is simple. Africa needs to turn back to this policy that we know has worked over the past few decades. Because to completely level with you guys, according to the Washington Post from today, this summit is 2 days long and has 55 world leaders. Realistically, they're not getting that much done, and they don't have that much time to come up with new ideas. What is easy is going back to a policy that worked. But it failed earlier because, as an article by Reuters on February 7th of 2024 noted, when countries like Tunisia and Chad had their military coups, the African Union didn't follow this UCG policy. And because of that, other coups or prospective coups in these countries were emboldened because they weren't punished by the African Union. So by going back to these previous policies that worked, the AU can quell unrest in the form of military coups within their country. Obviously, did you believe me when I told you extemp was boring? Obviously, I think it's pretty clear I've put a pretty different amount of effort into memorizing my 2 different speeches. And in a similar vein, the African Union is pretty unbalanced when it comes to enforcing their actual deals, which is the third and final way African Union Leaders Summit can quell unrest throughout the continent, as a different article from the Washington Post stated on February 11th of 2024. For instance, when we look to the country of Ethiopia, who, following the basically takeover of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and suspending their constitution, started an all-out war with the Tigrayan People's Liberation Forces. Once a peace deal was reached, Ethiopia was supposed to have severe human rights audits and compensations towards the people they committed crimes against humanity against. But because Ethiopia is a huge member of the African Union, in fact, they've hosted this summit basically every year since it started, the African Union does virtually nothing. The human rights audit quietly disappeared. And countries with dictatorships that have undergone coups are completely aware of this. As an article by The Diplomat on February 1st of 2024 stated, these countries are less likely to go to the negotiating table with the African Union and work out, for instance, transitions to a civilian government because they think the African Union is biased against them and biased towards bigger economies like Ethiopia. So the African Union just has to enforce all their policies in an even, consistent, and fair way in order to bring more of these countries to the negotiating table and ensure that they can leave a period of unrest as quickly as possible. So, when we're turning back to today's question, how can the African Union's Leaders Summit best address unrest across the continent? The answer, with our definition of unrest, is clear. To be fair and civil, by first, fostering open discussions. Second, maintaining severe deterrence. And third and finally, by enforcing everything evenly. So, while Africa is far from a period of not having war ever again, by taking these few steps at the Leaders Summit this weekend, they can get a little bit closer to silencing the guns. Yep, I forgot half of it, but it's fine. How do I take this off? Oh.
Now I'm going to announce the final round of performance in the round. Here's how this is going to work. So there were 6 finalists in the round. I'm going to announce 6th place, 5th place. However, there are trophies and medals for 3rd place, 2nd place, and the state champion. So please recognize all the finalists, but we'll ask the 3rd place and 2nd place teams to come up and get your trophies. And then we will see the 1st place championship team perform. So, in sixth place in performance in the round, the team from Glenbard West. In fifth place in performance in the round, the team from Bartlett High School. In fourth place, Wheaton Warrenville South. In third place and receiving a trophy, the team from Hinsdale Central. Please come on up. Third place in performance in the round, third place from Hinsdale Central. Second place in performance in the round, Grant High School from Fox Lake. And this is your second place team in performance in the round, Grant High School. And now we'd like to present to you our state champions in performance in the round. From Chicago Heights, the team from Marion High School.
The list began after her first attempt. A list of everything brilliant about the world. Everything worth living for.
Number 1, ice cream.
Number 2, water bikes.
Number 3, staying up past your bedtime and being allowed to watch TV.
Number 4, the color yellow.
Number 5, things with stripes.
I started the list on November 9th, 2004. I've been picked up late from school and taken to the hospital, which is where my mom was. It was dark and late, but eventually my dad pulled up.
Normally, it's my mom who picks me up. And normally, she's on time. Normally, I jump in the back because I'm 7 and I make things sticky.
But this time, it's Dad, and it's late. And he opens the door to his front passenger seat.
Put on your seatbelt, kid.
Why?
Because we're going to the hospital. Your mother, she hurt herself.
Is she okay?
She can't seem to find anything worth living for.
At least that's how I'd like to remember it. But actually, we just sat in silence, like always. The only thing he ever said to me was,
"Your mother's done something stupid."
I didn't know what that meant. I don't know exactly when I had the idea for the list.
Number 1, ice cream. Number 2, water fights.
Number 3, stay up past your bedtime and being allowed to watch TV.
But it was here in the hospital that I started to write it down.
Number 6, juice. Number 7, roller coasters. Number 10, chocolates.
Eventually, Mom was released from the hospital and I stopped adding to the list. I completely forgot about the list until her second failed attempt, just 10 years later. And as a teenager, I dealt with it less well.
The doctor said if it wasn't for the pineapple pizza in my stomach, I wouldn't be here. You took 3 weeks worth of antidepressants, a pack of aspirin, a half ton of antihistamines. You're probably healthier than I am. If you're going to kill yourself, just don't jump off a bridge!
It was there. Sitting at the edge of my bed, I fill a box. Underneath some sticker albums, seashells, and action figures, I found the list.
Number 1, ice cream.
The younger me was hopeful, naive, but hopeful. So I picked up a pen and continued.
316, pineapple.
317, laughing so hard you shoot milk out your nose.
318, making up after an argument.
Over the next few days and weeks, I made it my mission to get her to see the list. I began leaving post-it notes around the house stuck to various things. On her bathroom mirror was
400, winning something.
But she took it down.
418, knowing someone well enough to check your teeth for broccoli.
I definitely posted more and more of them.
430, the smell of freshly cooked bacon.
On the washing machine was
576, piglet.
On the kettle was
612, shameless.
Carved into a loaf of bread was
719, birthdays.
It became my aim to reach 1 million. And things had to be genuinely wonderful and life-affirming. For the next few weeks, this list was my sole focus.
761, deciding you're never too old to climb trees.
On days where she couldn't find the good, I wanted to be able to remind her.
823, skinny dipping.
However much you know you're not to blame, you can't help feeling like you failed them. It's natural. In the first week of college, I sent the list to my mom. By Christmas, it was folded in an envelope on my desk. It certainly didn't seem to change her outlook. So I put the list between pages of a favorite book of mine and forgot about it. On the drive back to school, I wanted to ask how my dad was, but instead, we didn't speak. Just listened to the radio and drove. I wasn't the best student. I would even skip some classes. But there was this one lecture I never missed.
Today's lecture is on the sorrows of young Werther.
Which apparently resulted in a cult support of suicide.
In the month leading up to Robin Williams' death by suicide, suicide rates increased by 12%.
Every time a celebrity takes their own life, every time a suicide is front page news, there is a spike in the number of suicides.
Suicide is contagious. It's called the Werther effect, after Goethe's protagonist.
This scared me, and then made me really angry.
I thought about the way suicide is presented in the news or on TV. Then I found a published set of guidelines for how the media can report suicide intelligently, even though they're rarely followed.
Don't provide technical details.
Never suggest the method is quick, easy, or painless. Avoid dramatic headlines and excessive details.
Don't describe death by suicide as successful.
Don't publish suicide notes. Don't publish on the front page. Do include references to support groups.
And don't speculate on the reason. That's crucial. Amidst all my research, I managed to lock eyes with the only other person who was always in class. For weeks, we would sit next to each other without speaking. And then finally, I summoned up the courage to say hello.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam. Nice to meet you. What are you reading?
Oh, The Alchemist.
What's it about?
Santiago, a young shepherd from Spain, travels to Egypt after having recurring dreams about finding treasure there.
Wow, that sounds really interesting. I'm reading the memoirs of an imaginary friend. It's really good. Wait, why don't I just lend it to you? And I could read The Alchemist and we can go out and talk about them perhaps over coffee or tea or orange juice.
It's the date.
We began to meet up regularly. We swapped books and discovered them over coffee. Then, after several months of reading and meeting and trying not to look at each other, Sam returned a book to me, one of my favorite childhood books, and said,
Really interesting read. There's something in this book that I want you to see. Open it.
Oh my God. My mother, she wasn't mentally there and I just thought I could...
Hey. 1,000. When someone lends you books.
1001. When somebody actually reads the books you give them.
1002. Realizing that for the first time in your life, someone is occupying your every waking thought.
1003. Saying something now because if I don't, it may never happen.
I wrote new entries every day as a gift for Sam.
2,390. People who can't say, let it go, let it go.
People don't know art, just don't care.
Pages and pages of it.
4,997. Guess what you actually want but didn't ask for.
9,995. Falling in love.
9,999. Staying up all night talking.
Even on my sad days, with Sam's encouragement, the list grew.
30,000.
Will you marry me?
Yes! My mom, she would also do this. Get carried away with the ups and the downs.
And I bought some ice cream. Have you eaten?
No, I'm not hungry.
How about we go out tonight? Call up some friends.
No thanks. I'm too tired.
You haven't left the house in weeks. People miss you. I miss you.
I'm sorry, I just don't want to be around people.
You have to try.
I am trying. Why don't you just leave?
Because I love you.
My dad loved my mom. Look how that turned out. He hasn't called me in weeks. He should have left. He basically already did.
Hey, love. I really think you need to talk to someone.
Professionally.
No, I know what depression is. What it looks like I'm fine. It's just, It's just I'm finding it hard to notice new things.
826,978.
I don't know why.
826,978. 826,978.
You know that feeling when something is broken and can't ever be fixed? I've been feeling like that for a long time now. Sam was right. I needed to talk to someone. So that night, I did one of the most courageous things I could have ever done. I talked to someone. A support group.
Hello, everyone.
I'm sad.
Really sad. And I don't know how to change that.
This is my first meeting. I've resisted doing this for so long.
But now I realize it's important to talk about things.
Particularly the things that are hardest to talk about.
I made a list of everything that's brilliant in the world. It began as a list from my mom, but actually, wait, I think I have it with me. The list hadn't stopped her, hadn't saved her. Of course it didn't.
Number 1, ice cream.
Number 2, water bikes. Number 3, staying up past your bedtime and being allowed to watch TV.
Number 4, the color yellow. Number 5, things with stripes.
500.
327 girls with boy names.
900.
Steven Universe.
999,999.
This list.
I sent the list to my dad after her funeral. Then, about a week later, he called me.
1 million.
You.
I love you, kid.
I have some advice for anyone who has been contemplating suicide. It's really simple advice. Don't do it. Things get better. They may not always be brilliant, but they get better.
Straight line. File line. File line.
And these are your state champions in performance in the round from Marion School.
Yeah, okay. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Battle your children.
Come on. You got it?
Congratulations. I'm so proud of y'all.
Those of you with microphones, I'm going to ask if you guys would come right down here backstage to take them off. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody else, if you'll just clear the stage, we'll head off back to the room where you were.
Got it. You guys got that. Wow. Oh, sorry.
One more time, our state champion in performance in the round.
Okay, I'm ready. This way. We'll do that.
Brought all the parts back here.
Those are for the coaches.
Okay, if I could have down in contestants row our finalists in dramatic interpretation, and up here on stage with your books, the finalists of poetry reading. There were 6 finalists in the final round of poetry reading. In 6th place from Downers Grove South, Layla Orozco. In 5th place from York High School, Alyssa Cachapilli. In 4th place from Bolingbrook, Sean Michael Apokyu Agyamang. In 3rd place, from Southland College Prep Charter, Deja Alford. Your tournament runner-up in poetry reading is Sheila Boyd from Marion High School. And your state champion in poetry reading, Janelli Bursiaga from Levis High School.
I don't have interior problems.
Thank you so much. Oh. Yes, everything's good. Bursiaga, Janelli.
Here is your state champion in poetry reading, Janelli Bursiaga from Revis High School.
The other day, someone said to me, OMG, you're like so whitewashed. You don't even look Latina. You don't even act Latina. Okay, you say I don't look Latina, and I ask, what's a Latina supposed to look like? An undocumented immigrant? A drug dealer living in the barrio? A chola downing tequila shouting, ay! Or maybe you see us light-skinned girls and the ambiguity leaves you unable to know how you should identify light-skinned girls who are told they are lucky to be so light in color, but are left to determine on their own whether or not that's an insult or a compliment. Famous collector of fairy tales Jacob Grimm once recorded these lines: skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. Was he talking about me? Well, I'll take the compliment. The notion that lighter skin is better, purer, and prettier has honestly made my life more difficult. Popular culture seems to celebrate it, but my identification as a member of the Latino community has made having lighter skin so complicated it can rightly be explored through something as nuanced as poetry. Light Skinned Latina, a program including Perfection, Manuel Quiñones, Chingona by Leticia, and Light Skinned Girls by Juju Nieto, Trisha Herrera, and Paulina Acuna Gonzalez. They tell me I'm not really Mexican, as if skin tone could somehow erase centuries of colonization and oppression from the fabric of my DNA. If my Latinaness could be determined by how many times I could move my hips, well then no. I can't dance, but that cumbia still moves through my veins like mi mami moves through the house, and the smell of chilaquiles on Sunday morning. They tell me I'm not really Mexican, as if my grito wasn't authentic enough, as if my overprivileged brown ass didn't know how to tortear. Having to prove that I can keep a conversation in Spanish, my identity is stripped with grammatical errors, and I guess I'm not really Mexican because I refuse to wear hooped earrings because I don't want to look chola. But what I meant was too Mexican. Felt like if I could blend in that was okay. As if earrings could point me out while trying to hide an accent because I don't want to be made fun of for saying Chipotle. But yes, can I have the fajitas and veggies, please? At this point, I'm obligated to point out that scientists have determined that the ethnicity closest to being the perfect human being is actually a Mexican. I told mi papi this and he said, tell me something I don't already know. And mi mami with one hand on her hip says, no me diga. And with the other calls los tíos y las tías until los primos, huepa. Forgetting that word could either mean we are celebrating or someone made a huge mistake. What a word to pull itself in two different directions, from branch through the sky, from root through earth. Aren't we always trying to bridge that impossible history? And everyone wonders why Mexicans never let you forget that they are Mexican. Maybe this is why in interviews, when I'm asked if I'm anything else but Mexican, when they say things like, sorry, but you don't seem like a hard-working, independent chingona, maybe this is why I'm told I'm not really Mexican because my playlist consists of too many rap songs and I shop like I'm not broke because my butcher knows no struggle. But just because I'm not a GMAC student doesn't mean that I'm not a dreamer. And when I'm with my people, I am made to feel like light-skinned girls are undeserving of the title Latina. Like Latina is a word that belongs to warriors who fought everyday battles of deportation, racial profiling, and frisking. Risking our skin tone is a camouflage where we could hide from the flying bullets and bombs shot at the unmistakably Latino. Instead, we face a different battle. One on the home front of our lines, we passes both. So neither was us, so say that Latino skin of a gringo, language in the air that never quite landed on our tongue. And who knows what it really means to be Mexican anyways. Spicy, but not so exotic. And we were perfect. Before science figured it out, science never gave us anything. It was a eugenics masquerade, a celebration of mistakes. Mexican babies thrown in the sky, their mothers scrubbing red confetti off the dance floor a century later. And do you want to tell me that we are the nearest neighbors to this perfect genetic makeup? Huepa, for the word that taught my people to celebrate in the darkest roots of mistakes. Huepa! For when strangers asked, no, where are you really from? Huepa for colonization. Huepa for the African diaspora of the Afro-Latina. Huepa! And for every poem written about light-skinned Latinas, huepa. And I still may not look Latina, but maybe that word has been so narrowly defined. So yeah, I'm not your caricature. There are no mariachis. I don't own maracas. But I do sing sana sana over scraped knees, y tamales and pozole on Christmas Eve. You may not know who you are, but I do. And I don't have to prove my culture to you or anyone.
If we could have the finalists in informative speaking down here in contestants row, and please join us up here on stage, our finalists in dramatic interpretation. There are 8 finalists in the final round of dramatic interpretation. In 8th place, from Olympia, Michael Bagby. In 7th place, from Prospect, Rosemary Heckard. In 6th place, from Glenbrook North, Alexandra McGarry. In 5th place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Santiago Mosca. In 4th place, from Southland College Prep Charter, Micah Moore. In 3rd place, from Matea Valley, Courtney Upton. Your tournament runner-up in dramatic interpretation, Josiah Edwards from Thornwood High School. And your state champion in dramatic interpretation, Stella Hoyt from Homewood, Rossmore.
you so much. Thank you, the best. Okay. Yes. It's okay.
Hello. And now your state champion in dramatic interpretation from Homewood Flossmoor, Stella Hoyt.
Is this thing on? That was a joke. Funny, huh? Okay, maybe not. I thought it was, make some jokes, warm my audience up a bit. Oh, maybe I could be like a stand-up Helen Keller. Okay, yeah, I can talk, though. But you want to know what the biggest joke is? It is the fact that I'm the one up here talking about him. Oh, I mean, how long's it been? Well, I can tell you to the day. 407 days since. All of them long, every single one. But they ask me that I come and talk about him, and, I don't do very well with excuses. I just tell it like it is. Rose is 19, angry and deaf. She struggles growing up and being compared to her younger brother, Isaac. But when Rose needs new kidneys, she realizes that nothing can compare to the bond that she shares with him. Isaac and Rose by Gerard Botticelli. He started playing the piano when he was 3. Really, he would climb right up onto that stool and stare at the keys like he was, studying them or something. Oh, or the math he would do in his head, and the foreign languages, and he sang, and they tested him when he was, I don't even know, and his IQ. Okay, well, I am deaf, but I'm not dumb. Oh, but how do you compete with that, right? I mean, so to be all of that, to have that kind of talent, and then to be that good, a good person, kind, humble. Oh, let me tell you a little something about my personality. Bitter, angry, impatient. And then think of the opposite, and that's Isaac. It is. I mean, we were fighting this one. Okay, well, not fighting because he didn't do that. I'd had some crap happen at school, and I was just angry, like always. And he said to me, I understand you. And I said, you don't. I pushed him into a pool. I did. I pushed him into a pool. And he was so small, and I just held him there. I just held him there while I yelled at him. I yelled, do you, Isaac? Do you understand? Oh, this is how it is. Can you hear me, a little punk? And I let him up. He was okay, a little shaken up, but he was okay. When he said to me, I love you, Rose. I love you, big sister. No, you don't. The kidney's main job is to remove the toxins, the waste from the blood. And mine were just real tired of doing that. So first they went on strike, and then they quit with very little notice, only to come back part-time, sort of unreliable. Then the left one gave up altogether. Oh, and the right one wasn't far behind. So they put you on a list, and they tell you to stay strong and to be patient, which is really, really great advice while your internal organs betray you and your body rots. And you spend a lot of time feeling sorry for yourself. And most of that time you're angry and sick. Oh, and you yell at your little brother when he walks into the room, and you run your fist over his back like a crazy ass. Oh, and sometimes you let him curl up next to you. Did you feel his heartbeat? Did you pray to God to be forgiven and to be changed into a better person? And if he can't do that, well, then you might as well end your miserable existence. Oh, when you watch your little brother play the piano, and you wish that you could hear him.
And your number never comes up. It never does. Crappy body. Rarest blood type. Okay, but my number did come up though. And I got a call at 2 a.m. I was rushed to the hospital, gotten ready for surgery. The kidney isn't viable. That's a shock. So my parents take us to the beach. And look, I try to be decent. I do. Isaac and I are both silent as we walk along the beach, but then he says to me, "You're my hero. Yes, you." No, Isaac, I'm not. I'm not anybody's hero. You know, shortly after that time at the beach, my number came up again. Ding, ding, ding. I mean, that's how it sounds, right? It's an early morning, and it's just my dad and I driving to the hospital. So I get there, they suit me up, and I go in. I wake through like this dark fog of red and black. Oh, my parents are there in the corner, and they are crying. Where's Isaac? Even though I do not understand, I know. I cannot hear, but I can feel. I ask for Isaac, my brother, my Isaac. We're all crying now, and it's like a boiling river inside me because I can feel him here, and I cannot survive this. I thrust so hard that the ivy rips from my arms, and I'm on the floor, and it's the three of us, and they're holding me. Yogi knew I would have said no. I would have fought it physically if I had known. He was right. He had a reaction to the anesthesia and he went to sleep. He was 15 years old. 15. And this is what is left of him. Oh, this is what he gave me so I could stay alive. So thank you all so much for being here today for him. Oh, I wish I would have gotten the chance to tell him how much I truly loved him. Thank you, Isaac. Okay, I love you, brother. I love you forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and I am sorry. But I am remembering what you taught me, okay? Oh, you knew so much for a little kid. You told me that even though something seems tough, it does not mean it is impossible. Anything is possible. I love you, little brother. I love you, Isaac. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
If we could have the finalists in special occasion speaking down in contestant row, and please join us here up on stage, the finalists in informative speaking. There are 6 finalists in the final round of informative speaking. In 6th place, from Downers Grove South, Naomi Young. In 5th place, from Hinsdale Central, Sonia Gupta. In 4th place, from Nequa Valley, Alyssa Schroff. In third place, from York, Fernando Valdez Nicholson. Your tournament runner-up in informative speaking is from Fenton High School, Alexa Calderon. And your state champion in informative speaking from Matea Valley, Siri Nayakanti. Your state champion in informative speaking, Siri Nayakanti from Matea Valley.
The bell rings, and it's time for my math final. This is it. Make or break. It all comes down to this one test. So I grab my mechanical pencil and do a quick click so that little lead piece pops out. But the second my pencil hits the page, that's when I hear it. That dreaded snap. And I wasn't even pressing that hard. So now I'm stuck with this useless little lead piece and a useless pencil that just keeps reminding me how the universe has spoken. It's not make or break anymore. It's literally just break. But as I'm contemplating the state of my life through my mechanical pencil, instead of, actually focusing on my math final, I'm also wondering, how in the world is graphite so weak? Because it turns out within this supposedly useless piece of graphite lies the strongest material known to man, graphene. Just taking your pencil and drawing a line means that groups of graphene flakes are sliding onto your paper. And according to the Science and Industry Museum of Manchester in November 2021, a 1 millimeter thick piece of graphite has 3 million layers of graphene. Graphene itself is this single sheet of carbon atoms that sort of looks like chicken wire. But that's just one layer to a material that's now reaching the screens we swipe through and even the roads we walk on. So today, let's click into the background behind graphene, gently write down its applications, and then finally pencil in the environmental implications of graphene, what the American Physical Society calls the wonder material. That's 1 million times thinner than a strand of your hair, yet stronger than diamond. So if pencil lead is graphene, how do we get graphene? Well, graphene has some pretty humble beginnings. For years, scientists have tried isolating graphene through chemical means and mechanical polishing. But for all of that fancy science, all they really needed was tape, detailed in their 2010 Nobel Prize press release. Oh yeah, these scientists won a Nobel Prize using tape. Physicists Andrei Geim and Konstantin Novoselov used their Scotch tape method of peeling and repeeling tape off of a graphite crystal, the same one that you'd see in your pencil, to eventually get a single flake of graphene with the thickness of just one atom. But why do we care about that structure anyway? Well, it gives graphene some pretty unique properties. The Graphene Council of October 2020 explains how, although graphene is so thin, it's practically two-dimensional, it's also 200 times stronger than steel, yet still somehow lighter and less dense. Sort of like the Ant-Man of all materials. Super strong no matter how tiny. In addition, a November 2023 Scientific American article adds how the moving electrons in graphene allow charge to quickly move past the surface, making graphene great at conducting electricity and transferring heat. Now, I know, I just said a bunch of super sciencey stuff, and not all of us are nerds about it like me, but by understanding this background, we can now appreciate why graphene actually matters. In fact, unlike integrals and calculus, which I truly don't get the point of, graphene is being used in many different fields. An August 2023 Princeton University article describes how for the past few years, scientists have been arranging multiple sheets of graphene at particular angles, and that's unlocked new potentials for the material. For example, a team of MIT physicists discovered something called magic angle twisted bilayered graphene. I know, sounds fake, but it's actually real. They found that taking 2 sheets of graphene and twisting it at exactly 1.1 degrees, the magic angle, makes it superconducting, letting electricity flow without losing any energy. And that means that new computers can now be made faster and more energy efficient. But the magic doesn't stop there. A January 2022 study by the Queen Mary University of London found that graphene can successfully replace indium, this not so common, hard to extract metal, that's actually found in all of our touchscreen devices, from our TVs, laptops, to, of course, our smartphones. And that's something that no other material has been able to do yet. And this isn't just a hypothetical. New companies like Paragraph are on the rise, creating these next-generation graphene-based electronics, but at a larger scale. Now, we're also seeing breakthroughs in the medical industry. In April 2023, researchers from Northwestern University and UT Austin developed the first ever graphene cardiac implant. It looks just like a temporary tattoo, but this graphene cardiac tattoo acts like a pacemaker. But instead of being clunky, the ultra-strong, flexible, and lightweight nature of graphene allows it to smoothly stick to the surface of a heart and deliver more precise electrical impulses that keep the heart pumping properly. While it's projected to being tested on human hearts within the next 5 years, graphene electronic tattoos that literally stick to your skin and measure your vital signs are already being used. Now, as graphene has been helping technology reach new heights and my math grade reach new lows, we need to talk about graphene's future implications. Graphene has potential in a lot of places, but let's start with just one: concrete. And by doing so, we'll uncover how graphene's own properties can impact us and our environment. According to Forbes of February 2023, concrete is actually the most widely used material after water. Yeah, even beating plastic and wood, and adding 8% to all greenhouse gas emissions. Essentially, if the concrete industry were a country, it would be the 3rd largest CO2 emitter after the US and China. So where does graphene fit in with all of this? Well, in March of 2023, the University of Manchester and construction company Nationwide Engineering presented Concretine, a mixture of concrete and graphene that's been proven to reduce emissions by 30% and even strengthen the concrete. But this means more than just fewer cracks and potholes in our roads. Remember those moving electrons in graphene? Well, this movement is generating heat and electricity that we can now harness and benefit from. The Global Concrete and Cement Association of 2024 describes how this heated concretine is working to de-ice pedestrian walkways. Pretty soon we can shift away from those harmful road salts and dangerous icy patches and experience how the ground itself is working to keep us safe in places we walk every single day. And as we learn how to harness graphene's electricity, in the future, graphene could be seen in foundations that power our homes, or eventually in roads that could power electric vehicles as they drive by. And that is the future of graphene, allowing us to harness its power to serve our day-to-day lives. Now, looking back at my mechanical pencil incident, I think it's safe to say I may have overreacted just a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really do hate losing that last bit of lead, but after looking inside of it at graphene, I can see that it's so much more than those grayish, erasable marks we make every single day. That's why today we clicked into the background behind graphene, gently wrote down its applications, and finally penciled in the environmental implications of graphene. So, whether you decide to remember graphene as remarkably thin, surprisingly strong, or even magical. It's clear that its daily presence in our lives truly is something that nothing can erase.
May we have the finalists from original comedy down here in contestants row, while we have the finalists in special occasion speaking up here on stage. There were 6 finalists in the final round of special occasion speaking. In 6th place, from University High School, Shreya Nalamathu. In 5th place, from Eisenhower, Esther Highbauer. In 4th place, from Tinley Park High School, Jade Cross. In 3rd place, from York, Andrea Alcaraz. Your tournament runner-up in special occasion speaking is Carla Fonseca from Wheaton North. And your state champion from Neuqua Valley, Anurag Ghosh.
No one's timing me. Oh, that's except for my coach, guys. Meta is always. Can I button my coat? Okay. Sure. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, they match the boots. That was the point of the nails. Sorry, guys. Sure. I think I am.
Your state champion in special occasion speaking, Anurag Ghosh.
Do I look fine? Everything good? How does a bastard, orphan, son of a whore, and that is why our production of Hamilton the High School Musical was canceled. Our local Moms for Liberty group heard the first 10 seconds, complained on Yahoo that our school board shut down this show due to inappropriate language. And the worst part is that we're not alone. On May 2nd of 2023, the Washington Post even called high school plays and musicals the culture war's latest casualty. First they took away my bathrooms, now this is personal. And that is why I, Anurag Ghosh, the student director of this show and Moms for Liberty's worst nightmare, need to talk to this cast. Because it is vital we discuss why this is happening, the effects of it on all of us, and how we can solve this stage censorship problem before the curtains close on all of us for good. We are not the first cast to deal with this. On April 16th of 2022, the Philadelphia Inquirer reported that administrators said no to a high school version of the musical Rent because it depicted same-sex relationships, discussed AIDS, and taught kids that you can make a living as a musician. That is really unfair to those students and the band director. Stories like this are why we need to discuss the 2 root causes of stage censorship. Theater tackles tough topics, and actors like us are now caught up in the broader culture war. Theater has always been a place where our nation's flaws are reflected and challenged, except for the musical Cats. That's our nation's biggest flaw. But that is the power of good theater. Not Cats, good theater. Then, unlike history classes, students exposed to plays and musicals wanted to learn more about history, according to the American Educational Research Association. That is why our haters paid it. Just last September, The Atlantic reported that Moms for Liberty treats comprehensive American history and teaching empathy as woke. And nothing wakes people up like dozens of teenagers singing their hearts out. And that is why our cast is their next target. The same people who tried banning books are now going after Broadway, making us a part of a larger culture trend. I always knew I was a trendsetter. But those people are effective. In June of 2023, a survey from the Educational Theater Association found that 67% of high school directors said that censorship concerns were influencing which shows they selected. They feared losing their funding, as if we have funding. But not every play or musical is an endorsement of the material. If shows with gay characters could turn kids gay, then I would have a prom date by now. Still taking applications. The same conservatives who want to erase the past don't want us to portray the present because they fear the future. This cast needs to push back now because it won't stop with us. The Washington Post on May 23rd of 2023 reported that anti-drag show bills in 15 states could criminalize cross-dressing in school plays. Apparently, Shakespeare's a sin because in his time, all the men played women. They were drag queens ahead of their time. This rejection of role-playing shows us that censoring theater can lead to two dangerous outcomes. We don't get to tell important stories, and our opponents limit what students learn. Theater is all about the stories we tell. Censoring certain stories means removing a spotlight from people who are rarely seen and heard. Like me. And that should never happen because look at me. But as the Playbill reported last February, a school board in Lansing, Kansas banned the teaching of the Play the Laramie Project, which is about the victim of an anti-gay hate crime, because one mom said it would make kids feel bad. Oh, yeah, Mama, that's the point. That's like complaining about the musical Mean Girls for having mean girls. And according to the New York Times last July, that actually happened! We should be putting on plays that challenge people, not shying away from them. But when we do shy away, critics win. And it hampers our own education by having what the nonprofit PEN America calls a chilling effect on what we learn and our self-expression. Kind of like my church for me. Conservative groups often say they're protecting us from mature content, but as the New Yorker's Katie Waldman wrote last March, what they're really afraid of is difference. Characters who are straight, white, cisgender are considered okay, but people like me come with warning labels. Alexander Hamilton, fine. Me playing Alexander Hamilton. The good news is that we're not throwing away our shot. After a school district in Hampshire, Illinois shut down a performance of the musical The Prom last fall because, oh no, it had lesbians. The Chicago Tribune reported last October that thousands of students, parents, and alumni pressured the district to reverse course. And it worked. Moral of the story, lesbians always win. And so can thespians, if we do two things. Use our voices to push back and rally our neighbors to help us. Recently, in Texas, a trans teen got, and then lost, the male lead in the show Oklahoma, because his school district passed some anti-trans policies. That was a trans boy playing a cowboy. That's acting. Being male is not. But after his classmates rallied behind him, talking to reporters and speaking out on social media, the Dallas Morning News reported just last week that the school board voted unanimously to reinstate him. That's right, there was good news for trans people. In Texas. That is the power we have when we speak out. Oh, and also, they don't know how TikTok works, and we do, so we already have a head start. But sometimes we need help from a higher power. Adults. Just last May, a poll found that 77% of parents said that censorship in schools had gone too far. And that poll was from Fox News. So you know those angry moms were freaking out. It's not just parents either. Just last December, the nonprofit news organization The 19th reported on how a group called Grandparents for Truth were organizing against Moms for Liberty with kids. Because nothing scares angry moms like their own angry moms. Most adults don't want a vocal minority like that making decisions for them. And that is why this vocal minority won't stop fighting either. So, cast, history has its eyes on us. We can let these mamas stop our show, or we can put on another kind of showstopper. After discussing the causes, the facts, and solutions to this theater censorship, it is time for this young, scrappy, and hungry cast to rise up against the people who want to keep us in our place. Act 1 began way back when we selected Hamilton. Now, let's give them a finale they will never forget. I walk away with the mic.
Do I have to tell you we're at the final event? How about that? So come on up on stage, our finalists in original comedy. There were 6 finalists in the final round of original comedy. In 6th place, from Hinsdale Central, Gemma Flamey. In 5th place, from Prospect, Isa Gaby. In 4th place, from Glenbard West, Olivia Power. In 3rd place, from Joliet West, Daniel Sanchez. Your state runner-up in original comedy is from Revis, Fuad Zukair. And your state champion in original comedy, Orlando Ramirez.
Crazy days. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Like I blank right now.
And now your state champion in original comedy, Orlando Ramirez from Oak Grove Community High School.
Hey, kids! It's your old friend, Chuckles the Clown! Are you ready to have a funny day? Oh. Well, how about I clean that up for you? So, did somebody say pie? Did somebody say pie? What a great catchphrase. Orlando! What you doing in there, kiddo? Drugs? I'm coming in. Love that noise. What did I tell you about watching my old tapes? No, Dad, listen to me. This stuff it's timeless. It's masterful. And when I'm a clown, Orlando, I already told you. I don't want you to struggle the way I did. There's other options for you. You know that, right? I don't know, Dad. Like what? I am so glad you asked. I signed us up for a day to explore other career options. And after you're done, you won't think twice about being a lame clown like your old man. Can we at least take the clown car? No. Your mom, her friend, the neighbor's dog, and the 1998 New York Yankees are borrowing it. We're taking the Kia Soul. Orlando, take my clown shoes off and get in the car.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to JB Moneybags University. My name is Ed, and I will be your host.
Think about it, kiddo. Orlando, the CEO.
Here at Moneybags, we strive to create perfect business students, teach them about inflation, and why it makes us so happy.
Inflation? You mean the thing you do with balloons?
No, but I do have one here for demonstration purposes. Would you like to come here, balloon boy?
Would I? Thanks.
As I was saying, inflation is... Here you go, and that's why... Grandmama? You made her into a balloon?
Yeah, I saw her picture on your desk. I hope you like her.
I haven't seen her since that fatal day. Oh, you got the mustache just right. Thank you.
Orlando! Nice technique, kiddo, but I have to put my foot down. I already told you, no more clowning around.
Not again!
Again?
She was stabbed!
Oh. Dad, quick! The emergency pogo sticks! Catch! Whoa! Hey guys, welcome to Hammer Time Construction, where we learn how to hammer things. My name is Bob, and I'm going to be your instructor today. Oh, like Bob the Builder, right? Yeah. Anyways, here's your hammer, a drill, and a large wrench. You go put it by the floor over there. Why would I want to put them on the floor if, I don't know, it could be up in the air? What are you talking about, kid? Oh my God, an OSHA violation! What? I juggle all the time. You want to see something cool? One hand, baby! Oh my goodness. He's really good at juggling. You know what, kid? You got the job. You start tomorrow. Really? Thanks. Oh man, I really appreciate... Oh, what's wrong? Doom, doom, boom! Ouch! Is there something on my head? No? Dad, the pogo sticks, they're with the pogo ballet. The clown car? Mom? Hi, boys. Thanks so much, honey. Hey, where'd the Yankees go? They're in the trunk. Come on, hop in. I decided to meet you halfway, Orlando. How would you like to be an actor? Like act on stage? Dad, that sounds great. Where do I start? With me. Hello, everyone. My name is Benjamin, director of the famous children's production of Equus. Break a leg, kid. Thanks so much, Dad. Hi, Benjamin. My name's Orlando. Oh, Orlando. Such a beautiful name. So your father over here tells me that you're interested in clowning. Yeah. Ever since I was a little kid, he's been my biggest inspiration. He's taught me so much, and I even study his old tapes. Oh, clowning, such an embarrassing art. Excuse me? The costumes, they clash, the makeup garish, and the clownos gag. So, I have one question for you. What is deep inside you? You want to know what's deep inside me, Benjamin? All of these scarves. Revolting! It leaves an awful taste in my mouth. Oh, yeah? How about I sweeten it up for you, huh? Oh, my goodness. The scarfy barfy and the whoopsie doodle. This kid's a natural. Leave this theater immediately. Yeah, with pleasure, Benjamin. Come on, Dad. Let's get out of here. Oh, my God. Are you the Chuckles the Clown? Can you sign my cast? Of course, kid. You have a funny day. Dad, that's what I want. Oh. Well, kiddo, I can teach you cursive. No, Dad, that's not... You made that kid really happy, Dad. That's what I want to do. Why won't you let me do this? Orlando, this clowning business, it could be a little wacky, a little silly, a little goofy, if you will. Dad, I didn't want you to waste your potential on this. But what you showed me today, you really impressed me, kiddo. You kind of remind me of me when I was your age. Actually, a little better. So I decided, how would you like to enroll to Clown College of DuPage? Dad, thank you, but no. I already learned from the greatest clown ever. I mean, you showed me your tricks since the day I was born. I learned from the master. Oh, shucks, kiddo. I'm serious, Dad. And look, I know I have big shoes to fill in, but I think I'm ready for this. I think you are too, Orlando. In fact, let's start off with something simple, huh? Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to announce our team sweepstakes winners. There are obviously trophies and medals for third place, second place, and our state champion, but we'll recognize the top 5 with applause. There was a two-way tie for fifth place with 21 points, the team from Prospect High School. Also, with 21 points, the team from Revis High School. In fourth place, with 22 points, the team from York High School. In third place, and receiving a trophy and medals, please come on up, with 23 points, the team from Homewood Flossmoor. The third place team with 23 points from Homewood Flossmoor. In second place, with 24 points, the team from Downers Grove South. Once again, in second place with 24 points, the team from Downers Grove South.
Congratulations, Chris. Chris, you're going to diss me.
And your state championship in team sweepstakes with 32 points, the team from Neuqua Valley High School. And your state champion team from Neuqua Valley with 32 points. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year. You can pick up tab packets and critiques out in the lobby. Thank you.
Hello.
So awesome. The rest of you were lovely. Especially you. We're close.
Did Samira have one as well?